Make sure we can see the camera, the rods. All right, we good. Wait, see if anybody comes in. Ronnie, how's it going? Give me a second. I'm trying to get everything situated still. 351, what is up? Thank y'all for stopping in. Doing a strange bait challenge. I didn't have no actual bait, so I'm trying out uh, imitation crab and imitation lobster. On the black rod, which is my Muddy River rod, I got the lobster. On the Mad Catz rod, I got the crab. And I got corn on my carp rod. See if I can't catch some live bait. We gonna see what happens. I'm not too optimistic on it for real, but we gonna see. Stays on the hook better than chicken liver, so I guess that's a good thing. Now the wind's gonna pick up. Every time I go live, hopefully y'all don't hear them gunshots in the background too loud when that wind ain't blowing. Like I said, gonna blow like crazy now. Camera down here. There we go. Yeah, the last few times I've come out, it hasn't been a day bite. So I figured I'd try it today. We had our first frost last night. Temperatures all week have been in the 40s. So, in the low 40s. And then last night it dropped down to 38. It said 36, but it only got down to 38. So, I'm down here on the Ohio River, down where I normally fish at, my normal spot. Right? I know somebody's having target practice down here. I was on the phone with my wife before I went live. I said, man, I wish I had that kind of money to waste. I know I heard at least 1,000 rounds go off. I'm like, man. 1,000 rounds of ammunition nowadays would be about the same price as a car. Especially the large calibers they was firing. Yeah, I come out here and I did Abbott's tournament, and I did a tournament for hill jack, and didn't have no luck. I'm thinking it's this Mad Catz rod, y'all. Honestly, give me a second, my camera flipped over. Hey, wind's gonna blow so hard it's gonna keep on flipping my camera over. Now my camera ain't gonna stop. There we go. Yeah, I think it's my Mad Catz rod. When I first got that rod, I was so excited. I'd try to get one for a long time. And then wound up getting it. And for the first month I had it, every time I took it out, it would crack, make it sound like it was going to snap in half. I knew it wasn't going to break. It was just the clear coat making the noise. But man, it was just driving me insane. It took me about a month to get rid of that sound, and I've yet to catch a fish on it. Paul, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. And every time I bring it rod out, I don't seem to have no luck. So today's gonna be the day. If I don't hook one on it today, or while I've got it out here, I'm retiring it. I've tried it out about 20 times now, and out of the 20 times I've used it, I haven't caught nothing on it. And it seems like when I bring it out, it's just a bad luck rod. I guess my fish are just used to the muddy river rods. Now, if I don't start catching carp on the corn down here, I did bring me some night crawlers with me, so I could switch out and maybe catch a white bass or something. The other day, yeah, I wanted some Mad Cat rods real bad, and when we went to CatCon last year, I bought the Gold Rush. It was on clearance. I was gonna buy the pink and purple rod and get a purple Ancient Mariner, but everybody said that Ancient Mariner, the purple ones, was on back order for about 6 months. I'm like, well, I don't want a rod I can't get a reel for. So I went ahead and got the gold one since I already had gold reel for it. I'm like, I just go ahead and get the Gold Rush. It's on sale. Plus, I got a reel to put on it already. But yeah, I was excited about it. I mean, I think I had it out after I bought it. I took it out like 3 days later. I made up an excuse. I had to get out just to test out the Mad Cat's rod. And first time I went to cast it, I thought it was going to snap in half because it sounded like it was going to crack. Just awful. And I cast it out a few more times, and it kept on doing the same thing. And I'm throwing an 8-ounce sinker on it, so you would think if it was gonna, that clear coat would clear up pretty quick, but it didn't. It just kept on making that noise. Small Pepper, how's it going? Yeah, I hope we get on some live bait. Alicia, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I'm hoping we get on some live bait because last week when I come out here, I think it was last week, I come out here for Abbott's tournament, trying to catch little baby catfish, and is that sunfish? Hey, well, how's it going, sunfish? I hope so. I hope so. I got lobster. I got imitation lobster on the Muddy River rod, the black one. Mad Cat's rod has the crab on it, and I got corn out here to catch some carp. Try to catch some fresh bait on the small rod out there. Now, hopefully, I don't hook into the carp I seen last week when I was out here, because I went up this way to take a potty break during the tournament, and I seen a tail come up, and I tell you that tail was at least 12 inches wide. Had to be every bit of an 80-pound carp, and I'm pretty sure that rod and that line is not going to hold an 80-pound fish. All right, thank you, JB. Yeah, so hopefully I don't catch it hooking to that 80-pound carp I've been seeing. It'd be nice to hook him, but not with what I got right now. Because I've only got 12-pound test line on that rod. I'm pretty sure if I switch it over to night crawler, I'll probably catch a white bass pretty fast. Last week, that's what I did in the Abbott's. Caught a white bass, and I cut him up, used him for bait. Did not get no bites on the body section. Did not. But I did get a good takedown on the head towards the end of the tournament, which was about 30 minutes after I put it out. I've had the corn out there for about 45 minutes to an hour now. I've done cast it out twice. Yeah, Ronnie, I fish the falls quite often, at least when I've got transportation to get down there. Um, I usually go further down. If you go right there where the falls are, where they first drop off the wall, I'll walk down the path a little bit and go the opposite direction to get out of the. I'm still in the strict current, but I'm not in the shallows, I should say. I'm in the deeper part. And actually, if you stay on that road and follow it all the way out to the park down there, there's a lot better place. It's got bigger fish, and it's a lot deeper water. I actually did a video there with the Mad Cat's rod. The only thing I've ever caught on that Mad Cat's rod was a drum. I forgot I even caught that little drum, and I caught it on the Mad Cat's rod. But that was done. That video was done uh, down from the falls. Now the sun's gonna get in my eyes. Yeah, I fish over by the fossil beds too, but you don't get nothing but snags over there, and I ain't never had no luck. Uh, it's a good spot for skipjack, but other than that, I haven't had any luck right there by the fossil beds. I've seen people catch them down there, and there's always people down there fishing, but I've never had no luck down there. Yeah, I'll probably give this corn about another 10 minutes. I threw a handful of it out when I first walked down here. I've been down here about an hour now. Well, about 45 minutes. I threw a handful out when I first got down here. I threw the rod out 10 minutes later with some corn on it. And I figured I'd give it about an hour. If it don't work, I'll throw some worm on there because I've caught skipjack on nightcrawler, I've caught white bass on nightcrawler, I've caught carp on nightcrawler, so it's a universal bait for catching bait. And I got a small enough circle hook on there right now to hook into anything I want to hook into. Alright, let's take this battery pack, y'all. I'm charged for maybe 45 minutes of it live. So they don't do too good anymore. So I ordered a big one. It's supposed to be 3 times the power of the one I usually use. So we shall see. If that's the case, since I'm only going to be out here for a couple hours, my phone should stay fully charged the whole time. So has anybody in the chat used any of these imitation baits before, like imitation crab or imitation lobster? I just thought it would be something different. Right now, catching bluegill in my area is virtually impossible. Me and my wife went to another lake 2 days ago. We was there for about an hour and we gave up because of moss and grass. But yeah, went to like 8 lakes, 8 other lakes, and about 11 or 12 creeks now, and they're all overtaken by growth, by grass and moss. You know, I can't get a bluegill out of none of them. So. Okay, son, reposition out of my eyes. if I put my sunglasses on, I can't see the chat. And if I don't want to put y'all right directly in the sun. So see what I can do. All right, call me impatient, but I'm putting a worm on that thing. I need some bait. Let's try that, y'all. Put these worms up in the shade where they don't cook. I'm surprised the night crawlers are still alive. Normally they die 2 days after I get them. They normally die 2 days after I get them. And I've had them about a week and a half, taking them out 3 times. But they're still alive. And I've been wind floating out time for a minute, I catch a fish. Make a fish. I think that's one of the issues I've had for the last 4 trips. Last 4 trips has been insane wind. Stop now. Really appreciate it. Oh, now I got a boat coming through. That's gonna make some work. Surprised that small rod ain't got hit yet. Normally, as soon as I put it out there with a crawler on it, it gets smacked by something. I may have it out too far. Usually I catch them up about 10 foot from the bank. And I'm out about 15 to 20 foot, so I might be out too far. As low as this water is, this water's down by maybe 10 foot right now. So the ledge that I normally cast over is, instead of it being, 50 yards out, it's only like 25, 30 yards out. fed. Bait fish ain't gonna stay too close to them. Reel it in about 5 foot, see what happens. That thing should have done went over by now. Normally if I come out here this time of day, as soon as I cast out, I mean within seconds that rod's bouncing non-stop. There's so many small fish out there. You gotta land right there, bud. You can land. The wind's blowing the butterfly where he couldn't fly. I was gonna let him land. I was gonna put him down here. He's all flying sideways. First I thought that was a leaf until I saw him flapping his wings. He couldn't keep up with the wind. 10 to 1 says he winds up in the dirt pile over here, covered in water where he can't fly. Looks like there might be something tapping on that ground. They are, they're just barely tapping it. Some of that swaying I see in is the wind, but some of that pull's not. It is pulling like this, it sways the wind, but the pull ain't. You know, stiff angle, y'all. Make sure if I get to hit it, I'm gonna take the jaw out. Well, I can't take the jaw out. There's that a lot further. Dead right now. Normally my current's so strong I can't hold an 8-ounce sinker in place. That small rod's only got a 1-ounce sinker, and as soon as it hits the water it just drops. So we ain't got much of current or nothing. figured I'd step off screen, y'all, so I can take care of some of my nasty habits, because I don't do it on screen. Here, fishy, 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 fishy. Now the wind's going to change directions and blow the opposite way, direction. What's up with that? That's confusing. Now I did leave it a couple pieces that each one of them baits out the bake in the sun. That way it'll toughen up a little bit. It is a soft bait, but so you let some of the moisture dry out of it, make the smell strengthen up a little bit. I'm not using any kind of additives or nothing like that for it, so just strictly how it comes out of the pack. I bet it'd be a good bait for channel cat though, and one of these fin lakes if they ever put fish back in them. All right. A few more. Give me 30 minutes of the wind being as calm as it is now, which ain't gonna happen, and I might catch fish, y'all. Water seemed to calm down already, so once it starts calming down a little bit, where it don't look like it's an ocean, it looks like a river again, I might catch something. Says I've got 8 wonderful people in the house. I appreciate everybody being in here. I didn't think I had many people in here. I think a few people went live right, probably 10 minutes before I went live. Because I set up my live to say I was going to go live, and all of a sudden I heard about 9 notifications on my phone, so. I'll give this bait on both these big rods another 5-10 minutes, and now I'm going to change it out, or at least add some fresh to it. And see what happens. Now on it's either gonna be October 30th or October 31st. I don't know which day I'm gonna do it yet. Because I'm at probably I was hoping in Stan's tournament on the 30th. I might want to cancel out on it because the only place I can catch channel cats is the Fin Lakes. Because you don't catch enough channel cats out of this river anymore. They've been turning them all out. And every one of them is mossed over, so you can't fish them. So I have no place to catch channel cats right now. So one of those 2 days, since my birthday's on Halloween, I'm gonna throw a big birthday bash live. I don't know if I'm gonna do it on Halloween itself or if I'm gonna come out here on the 30th, talking it over with the kiddos and the wife to find out. But they want me home for one of those days. I don't know which day it's gonna be yet. So, skipjack, and it figures that I don't have any of my skipjack rigs with me. But I'm seeing skipjack jumping out of the water. Well, that just bites. I do have one jig in my stuck in my bag. At the very bottom of my bag, the hook got stuck into one of the pieces of fiber, and I couldn't get it out. So I just left it in there. I probably could take my pliers and pull it out and make it work, but I'll wait. Matter of fact, I could probably catch one playing with a night crawler. I did find out that skipjack will chase after your rattle if it's chrome. They love those things. The other day I come out here and I had a chrome rattle on one of my rods, and every time I was pulling it in, I kept on throwing something smack at it. Couldn't figure out what it was. Then I started cranking it real slow, and right at the bank, about 2 foot out, you can see in the water where they, like 3 skipjack was trying to grab the dang rattle. So I need to try to make a skipjack rig out of a chrome rattle or somehow. And I got me a what's it called? A sabiki rig that I've been meaning to try for a skipjack, and I packed it up to take and bring it out one day, and I can't remember what I did with it. So I don't think I got it with me. I'll have to check my bag in a little bit if I see any more junk. Now this water's starting to calm down a lot because the wind died down for a few minutes. This is when I should start getting bites. Because all them fish should be moving, them bait fish should start be moving in closer again. There's another one young. Let me try pulling this in a little closer, y'all. Since the water's calming down, maybe I get a big guy. Oh, but I'm getting sick. Got a tree pounder. Alrighty, let's see here. Ronnie, look at my comments. Did my comments stop working or something? The last comment I got was from Lucky Ronnie, said the fossil beds. My daughter just said she left a comment. J-Dog, how's it going? Steve Lowe? Sorry, y'all, I apologize. Let the boat go by. I apologize to everybody. My comment was froze. My daughter sent me a message and said she was watching us and that she was watching me. And she said, check my comments. And I had no comments. I didn't know anybody else had come in. I apologize. Let's see, Chris, J-Dog. If y'all are still in here, I appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't comment. Big Slim. Steve-O. Yeah, I apologize, y'all. My comments stopped working. There's my son, Brandon. Frustrations, how's it going? Yeah, I figured I'd come out here for a little bit and try to see if I can't catch some fish. How's my grandbaby doing? Y'all got her watching too? Oh, the sun's gonna block me where I can't see nothing. I may have to change my camera position. Yeah, I'm gonna change my camera position. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna change this position so I can actually see. That sun is just blocking everything. Make sure y'all can still see it. Make sure I can see. Y'all see the rods and everything? Let's see here. It still didn't help any. James, how's it going? I've been all right, brother. It's why I don't like fishing during the day, y'all. Y'all can't, the phone, you can't see comments and stuff. Let me see if I can turn my stuff up. I think I had my, no, my brightness is all the way up. Huh. I can see a little bit better there, though. Y'all still see the rods? Yeah, y'all still see the rods. Yeah, the sun is at that funky angle right now, y'all, where it's almost impossible to see anything. That's why I don't day fish that much. I hate the sun. Of course, it should be at a better angle probably here in about another 25, 30 minutes. It should be at a better angle. I can switch up. I'm gonna have to adjust this bait rod again. This thing should have done had a fish on it by now. I just gotta find the right depth. see what that does, y'all. About time for me to change out them baits in the big rod. I was hoping on having something else to try out. You know, like some fresh cut bait. That always makes the day go better. I wish I would have brought my sabiki rigs with me. Since I done seen skipjack jumping, I could have probably caught some skipjack. Well, I could try to catch skipjack. I can't guarantee it would happen because I've never used those sabiki rigs I got. I just got them. Actually, I got them last year at CatCon. I took one with me one day to go on a trip to catch skipjack, and my bag got stolen out of my car, so I lost that rig. And the other one was sitting at the house, and I packed it up to take it out, and don't remember what I did with it. So that's the problem of having all the fishing gear I've got. And I keep on going and buying more, and I leave some in the house, and I take some out to the garage. So it gets scattered around a little bit. Hi, baby. We still waiting. But I am about to change out baits, or change baits in a minute. Freshen them up at least. For anybody that didn't catch the caption of this, this is a strange bait challenge. I'm gonna start doing these randomly. I've got a bunch of ideas for strange different baits to try out. We was actually at the store the other day and I seen these. I was like, you know what? We're gonna try it. So I'm using imitation lobster and imitation crab. The black rod has the imitation lobster on it, and the Gold Rush Mad Cats has got the imitation crab on it. Sorry, y'all, I paused up because I saw something big over there swimming. I wonder if it was that carp I seen last week. Last week when I was out here for Avid's tournament trying to catch baby fish, I seen the biggest carp of my life swimming out here. I was hoping on catching him, but I don't want to catch him on that little rod I got out there now because chances are, if he hits that, I'm not getting him in. He was every bit of like 80 pounds. I mean, his tail span was at least 12 inches wide when it was fanned out. So he probably close to 80 pounds. And I'm running 12-pound test line, so I don't think I'd land him. I got a good reel with real good drag on it, but yeah, I don't see it happening. I think I could land an 80-pound catfish on 12-pound braid faster than I could an 80-pound carp. Carp fight harder, a lot harder. Oh, that's a catch a cat. It's on, y'all. Oh, it'll be a stinking drum. No, it's carp. All right, y'all. We got lucky, brother. Get off there. Sucker. You little sucker. We got bait, y'all. We got bait. I would say it's bait size. What do y'all think? Bugman, how's it going? Should I just throw him on hoe or just should I cut him up? What do y'all think? I'd like to catch about 10 of those. I'd make a stringer, keep them alive, keep them out there in the water, and then take them out and take them home, put them in my pool. Sorry, baby. Try to keep them alive. Cut that sucker up. Ricky, how's it going? Oh, it ain't too big to cast. Trust me, I'll get it out there. And I got a big enough hook, too. I'll cut him up while I have some for 2 different rods. See if I get another one. Now I will spare y'all the agony of watching him. I will spare y'all the agony of his demise. So give me 30 seconds, y'all, okay? I don't want y'all to see him suffer and everything else. Somebody just came in. All right. Give me a second, y'all. 10-1 says he's going to be better for catching gar than anything because he's so shiny. You get him, dispose of him real quick so he ain't got to suffer. All right. Done. All right. So, give me a second, y'all. If I miss anybody coming in, I'm gonna throw this on my Muddy River rod. I got most of the scales off of it, so. I'm running a bigger hook on the Muddy River rod, y'all. So I'm gonna throw it on that one. Stuff is tough. Good job. Just block the hook. Get some stuff off my hands with this guy. Alright, y'all. Let's see what happens. So now, if I don't get any bites on that crab on that center rod, I'll switch it out later. Put some lobster on it. That way I give them both a fair shot. But when you get fresh cut bait, you'll go for fresh cut bait. All right, bug man. Did I miss anybody else? No, I think I got everybody. Hopefully my chat don't stop running again. I'm gonna have to get me a sharper, stronger bait knife. Come out here with a sawzall to cut them things in half. Yeah, he ran with that bait. I didn't even know. I didn't even see him hit it the first time. I seen it bounce twice, but I casted it over there. By the time I got down there, seen he was messing with it, he was all the way over here, almost on top of my other, or crossing my other line. So, check my chat again, make sure. All right, just making sure, y'all. I wish the sun would hurry up and change positions, because I want to sit back down. I can't stand up that long. And I could put us completely in shade, but the rods would be probably 25, 30 foot away. Because where I normally sit at when I'm fishing down here when the water's not down, right now it's down by 10, 12 foot. Normally I'd have the rods about right here, and I'd be sitting up here underneath this tree canopy. But as you can see, you know, my normal spot, there's rod holders on this tree right here. That's the one I'm usually casting over. And you see how far the water's down. So. That was my smartest idea I ever did. That tree don't go nowhere. It's been here for 3 years. The roots are still in the ground somehow. So I come down here and I bolted some rod holders to it. I think this year, before the end of the season, before it floods this year, because once they get winter level, this water will be, where I'm standing will be probably close to 20 foot underwater. So I don't think that tree's gonna make it another year. So I'm gonna pull them rod holders off and get rid of them. They're just plastic PVC. I'm not worried about losing them, but I just don't want them polluting the water. So they'll have to come off. Now, I've never used sucker, so I don't know how good it's going to work. It's got to work better than drum. I don't know if I probably should have took the head and put the head on there, because the other day I was trying that white bass, and I've tried white bass 3 times, and I've never had no major luck off of it. I had a little tap on it one time. Other than that, I haven't had much luck on it. Everybody says it's good bait. But then, sure enough, about a half an hour before Avid's tournament ended, I had the head on there, and I put the head out there, and I had a good takedown on it. And they're back to target practice, y'all. Wasting a lot of money. I wish I had that kind of money. I'd be driving a nice car. I've heard close to at least, I'm going to say at least 2,000 rounds now that I've been out here. So, and that's not an estimate. I don't know what they're paying for ammo, but I know it's way too high in the stores. Crap, sliding down the hill, y'all. Trying to see who comes in. Rob, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. So far, only thing we got was a small small sucker that I just cut up for bait. It's on the black rod. I still got the imitation crab on the Gold Rush, and actually that's what I might want to try. I might want to give it another 5 or 10 minutes, change that bait out, because I was going to change it out in the first place, never changed it. Change it out, and I might put lobster and crab on it. Since we did not get a hit off the lobster or the crab by itself, try mixing them, see what happens. Maybe the 2 different scents, because they smell slightly different. Maybe the 2 different scents will do something. And if that don't work and we get a hit on this cut sucker, I'll switch it all out and we'll just use cut sucker. And I'll put the bait up, the lobster and everything else, and we'll try it again. I'll take it to a place where there's channel cats. Because I know it'll work good for channel cats. Guaranteed it'll work good for channel cats. But we shall see. Come on, son, move over to a better position. I'd like to put my camera back down there where I was at, so I can sit out in my chair and everybody can see the rods. We get a real takedown instead of the front angle that don't show anything. Now, I keep on saying I'm gonna bring out an umbrella with me and put an umbrella behind this camera. I need to do that next time. Find me a small umbrella. Of course, with the wind the way it's been, it'd probably take it off and take camera and all down the river. All right, y'all. Let's see if we can't move the camera back down here where I can get a better view. Oh, I guarantee it is. Guarantee it's good crawfish bait. Yeah, I'm thinking it probably work pretty good for catfish too, but I'm thinking more along the lines of maybe channel cat. I don't know. Blues might get it. This time of year, blues just about hit anything they can hit. So that's my thought, at least. You see if I can find an angle where the sun is not going to blind me and I can still see chat. You know what? That might work right there. make it where y'all can see the rods. There we go. Make sure y'all can still see the rods real good. Yeah, y'all should be able to see any takedown real good. Cool. Now I can move my chair down so I can get my drink. Let's see if we get a bite, y'all. Put it in there. Yeah, I'm still not gonna be able to see chat real well, but that's all right. I'll figure it out. Laura, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. We need a big takedown on this gold rod, y'all. We need a big takedown on it. We needed a redemption because that has been my unlucky rod so far since I've got it. It's got to change. It's a Mad Catz rod. It's got to be worth its weight in gold. I'm just saying. We all know that Mad Catz making the best rods out there. So I can't have a cursed Mad Catz rod. You would swear up and down. I have so bad of luck with that Mad Catz rod, you would swear up and down that John Parker touched it and rubbed off his juju on it. But I don't think he did. Well, he could have though, because he was at CatCon. John Parker, if you come in here or if you watch this later, let me know if you was over to messing with the Gold Rush rods over in the Mad Catz display at CatCon last year, because yeah, I think I got one that you put your juju on. We need some redemption on it. Yeah, the bad juju, and that's what it is too. Yeah, I tell you what though, when I met John Parker and Dana at CatCon last year, they're actually some great people in person too. They're generally good people. Most of the people I met last year that came down from to CatCon were good people, and they was just like they are in chat when you're talking to them here, face to face. They're just as nice and cool people I'd hang out with on a daily basis. I didn't get to talk to too many people that long because I was like a kid in a candy store. Because even though I've been catfishing for almost 36 years now, or trophy catfishing for 36 years, the whole catfish rods and all that other stuff, most of that's new to me because we've always used surf rods and stuff like that. Because when I started fishing for catfish, they didn't make rods for catfish. Back then, the only way you could get a rod strong enough to hold a large catfish was to buy a surf rod, and you had to go to one of the big sporting goods stores and order it. I remember going to Allied Sporting Goods. I don't know if anybody remembers Allies or not, but I used to have to go to Allies, and I'd have to order 3 or 4 rods at a time just to have rods, and they'd all be ocean surf rods. If you mentioned the word catfish to somebody like that, they was like, they don't make rods for that. That's how far back it went when I was fishing. And then they started coming out with all these different catfish rods and reels specifically for catfish and hooks and everything. I mean, all the gear that they come out with. Man, I got in there at CatCon last year and I was like a kid in a candy store. I couldn't stay focused. My ADHD was killing me. I'd go to say hi to somebody and be like, squirrel. you all's coming in. Mike, how's it going? Did I miss anybody else? I gotta lean down and squint a little bit to see what I'm doing. Yeah, I need to get me an umbrella when it ain't windy and put an umbrella right here behind it to block the sun. Of course, I only come out during the day, maybe I only might do an average of 9 or 10 day trips a year at the most. I might do 100 night trips, but I don't do too many day trips. I was actually going to come out last night and do a live, test out my new ring light, because my old ring light broke, and the way they've got it set up, I couldn't fix it, so I went ahead and got me another cheap ring light. Now I was going to try it out with my new power bank and try out all my new gear to see how I was going to handle in the weather, but I couldn't find my cold weather gear in time to get it cleaned up or whatever to bring it out. And it was down to 30. Well, they said it was going to get down to 36 last night, but it got down to 30. It only dropped at 38, but still 38's cold enough. You don't want to come out here in regular clothes because it's going to be about 5 degrees colder by the water. So I would have been sitting out here 43 degrees by the water. I definitely ain't going to do that in a pair of pants and a regular jacket. And put on my thermal overalls, bring them out. But I got to dig them out because they're in my garage still, buried in my winter stuff. Here, BG. Hey, I just heard something break the water. Maybe it's a good sign, y'all. You see, I don't know if y'all can see the difference from when it was going earlier, but you see how the water's starting to calm down right now? In this area, when there's no wind and the water's low like this water will calm down almost to a sheet of glass. And the current will still be going pretty strong to where you have to put at least a 6 to 8 ounce sinker out there, but you can't even see it because it's all undercurrent. The top of the water is like a solid sheet of glass. Usually when it's smooth like that's when I get the best bites. I get a whole lot better bites when the water's real calm, at least on top. And you also see more fish activity then. I'll see more bait fish moving, more bait fish breaking the surface. I think when it's choppy like this, I mean, it ain't real choppy right now. It's calmed down quite a bit. But when it's real choppy, I think they dive down further because to get away from the choppiness. They go into hold on, hurry up and wait mode. Wait for the wind to stop. But it's starting to calm down a little bit, so maybe we'll get some action soon. That's what happened a minute ago when I caught that sucker. Water was real choppy, started slowing down, then that rod went off. I'm just hoping This is the first time in my life I'm hoping I don't catch anything over 30 pounds. Because I did not bring my net. I'm not worried about jumping there and getting wet. But I hate hanging them from their lip to weigh them. And I didn't bring my net to weigh it with. So if I hook into anything that's decent size and I don't think it's a new PB, I'm not even going to weigh it. I'm just going to let it go. Just land it and put it back. Come on now. Now the wind will pick back up, y'all. And it's changing directions. When I first got out here, it was blowing from this way. Now it's blowing from this way at this angle. That's probably really got them fish confused. But the current's going this way and the wind's blowing the water that way. Alright, y'all, I think I'm going to try changing out the bait on this Mad Catz rod real quick. Thomas, how's it going? Yeah, I'm going to change out the bait on this center rod real quick. I think I'm going to mix it up this time. And I'm going to put on a piece of the, I'm going to alternate from the lobster to crab. I'm going to put one of each piece on there, and I'm going to keep on stacking it on there till the hook's full. And see what happens. Oh, I'm trying to catch Moby Dick. It'd be my luck I'd catch him tonight, today too, knowing I ain't got my net to weigh him. Because then I'm going to have to go against everything I believe and try to weigh him with a set of grippers that probably won't hold him. Look like something been out there nibbling on it. Ain't much left. Little corner left of it, that's about it. Little piece of skin. Alright. One piece of lobster, one piece of crab. One piece of lobster, one piece of crab. Alright. Let's alternate, y'all. It really ain't got much smell to it. I noticed the crab does not stay on as good as the lobster. The lobster's a lot more solid. It'll stay on the hook a lot better than the crab will. Actually, that crab's already about to fall off. that's not the bait size I'm running right there. Exercise bait. All the lines are tight, y'all. Let's see what we can do. Put a piece of fresh nightcrawler out there since that one was gone. I literally had about that much worm left. I'm like, yeah, that ain't gonna be enough to catch no fish. That's why I ain't got another bite. Yeah, and for anybody that wasn't in here earlier, uh, yeah, it is, ain't it? At least it's a quiet view now, because for almost 2 hours straight, they was firing off. They had a gun range going on over there. Gotten a little quieter. I mean, they probably fired off close to 2,000 rounds over there. I said, I wish I had that kind of money to waste. I'd be driving a new car. But yeah, anybody wasn't in here earlier, uh, I'm going to try to come out. It's either going to be on the 30th or 31st of this month. It's going to be probably about 8 or 9 o'clock at night when I'm going to start the live. I haven't figured out if it's going to be on the 31st or the 30th. It's going to be my big birthday bash. Fish or no fish, if I catch fish or not, I don't catch fish, that's one y'all ain't going to want to miss. I can promise you. I'm planning a lot of stuff to put together for that one. I should have a new music video premiere coming out. Because I do normally do my music and stuff on my other channel, Troy of All Trades. But I think I'm gonna link it into the intro for the live. So it's gonna be epic. Unless we get 6 inches of snow or something. You know, it is Kentucky. The weather changes every day. We can have tornadoes and I'll be canceled out. But if weather stays like it is, I'll be out here. No, I'm not using her mackerel. Not yet. That'll be on the next strange bait challenge. Sorry, baby. Along with your canned herring. I may have to make a dough ball out of it or something. It's a little too soft. Come on, Mad Cast Rod. Get a takedown, buddy. Redemption time. Got to get that bad juju off of you. If not, I'm going to be retiring you already. And that's not going to look good during CatCon, considering the fact that I was going to get 2 more Mad Cast rods. So you better hurry up and perform before I change my mind. You got to talk to your rods, y'all. You got to let them know who's boss. Tried that before in another video. It didn't work. But I'm still trying. Yeah, I'm hoping on picking up this year at CatCon. I'm hoping on picking up a smash rod and one of the poison ivy rods. She's trying to what? Eggs with jelly? Okay. You say so. I mean, I've tried worse. Yeah. Come on over here. If you got an Indiana license, it works over here in Kentucky. Come give me a holler and you come over and fish with me. Fish right here on the bank next to me. We'll go against each other. I'll even put you on the bait, Thomas. I'll bring some bait for you. Show you where my spot is, where I catch all my big ones. Because there's a hole out here that I usually cast into. I'll even put you in my hole. Of course, that hasn't worked out the last 6 or 7 times I've brought people down here. I brought my brother down here, and I brought my nephew down here, and I put them on this side because my hole is over here. Normally I'll cast out like this and the current will drip it right into the hole where I'm at. But I put them over here to where they can get right into it with no problem. And I went further down, that way they could have the spot they need to be in, catch a big fish, and then they didn't catch any. Then the next time I come out, and I got the same spot they were, and the second time I come out with my brother, or the third time I come out with my brother, I landed a 28, then I landed a 15-pound carp, and I landed a 24-pound blue. Out of that same spot. Well, the carp was right up on bank, but the 28 and the 24-pound blue was right out in the same spot I had him all day. 217, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. We ain't got nothing yet. We got one small sucker that I cut up and used for bait. We're still waiting for some more fish in action. Right now I'm trying out the gold rod in the middle now has imitation lobster and imitation crab on it. Trying to see if we can catch a fish on it. See if it's a good alternative for bait. Something's playing with my bait rod. Might be another sucker. Let him take it. Squirrel, how's it going, buddy? I think here in a little bit I'll pass up on the other baits, the mystery baits, and I'll cut another piece of that sucker, get a real nice bloody chunk, throw it on that Mad Cat. I really want to break the juju on it somehow. Maybe I'll start throwing the lobster and crab up close with my small rod, see if there's any channel cats swimming around. Because I've noticed the only time I catch channel cats in this river anymore is if I cast out 10 or 20 foot at the most. 20 foot is like max. Catch a channel cat out here. Anything further than that, you ain't catching a channel. It's got to be real close up to the bank or you ain't gonna catch them. They won't get out there in the deep water where the blues are at. So I don't know why. I guess because we don't have them big channels no more we used to have, because the commercial fishermen's taking them all out, and now the blues just take over. I mean, I ain't complaining because I love my blues, but maybe I can catch a channel on it. That would be great to know, because I really don't want to cancel out of Susquehanna Stands tournament on the 30th, but I've only got one place to catch. Well, there's 3 lakes here in Louisville where I can catch channel cats, but unfortunately, me and my wife done took a visit to all 3 of them lakes in the last 2 weeks, and well, she went with me to one, and I went to the other 2, and literally you can't cast out. It is that horrible. One of them's got vegetation. If the bank was, let's see here, I'm trying to see what y'all can. If the bank was right here where my rods were at, that orange rod holder is, if it was right there, the vegetation goes from the bank all the way out to about 12 foot, 14 foot out, would be the best way to describe it. You have to literally cast over that, and then you're in moss that's this thick. It's a foot deep of moss, and the vegetation, just all lily pads and stuff, go out about 12 or 14 foot. So we went out there trying to catch bluegill, and we've seen a whole bunch of fish moving around, but they're out in the middle trying to get oxygen. Because the moss is killing all the oxygen. I wouldn't be surprised if all them fish ain't dead in the next week or two. And the bad matter is there's carp in that water. You wouldn't think it'd be as bad. And I need to find out what the stipulations are on the carp there, because I know if you catch grass carp, they got to be released immediately. But they have some cool carp in there. I don't think they're carp. I think they're giant koi is what they look like. They literally look like giant koi. And I mean, these things are like this. And there's about 50 or 60 of them swimming around. So I have never seen a stock carp or an Asian carp, or not an Asian carp, but a grass carp that's gold, black, and white, and orange. They look just like giant koi. And there's some swimming around there that's only about 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds. You know, about the size of that sucker I caught. Perfect size to use for bait. And them pretty colors might be pretty good on the water. But I gotta find out if there's something they stocked in there to keep the algae down or what. I don't think they are. But there again, with all the grass as bad as it is, you couldn't catch them either. Come on, wind, slow down, I want to catch a fish. And hopefully that wasn't the wind, because something just tapped that black rock. Had a little bounce. Of course, I don't want to bounce. I want that sucker to bend in half. I've seen it do it 100 times. I want to see it do it 100 more. I'd be happy seeing it do it 3 or 4 times a day. I think there's something out there playing with it, y'all. Because I'm looking at my other lines, and I'm looking at my line out here in the water, and the waves are crashing, but they're not crashing on the line, around the line. And that line's moving, it's pulling tight, like tight and loose a little bit. The other line I'm looking at, it ain't doing that. So I think there might be something out there by it. They just ain't decided that they wanted it yet. We shall see. You know you want it to take it. Don't worry about, bounce again. Don't worry about that 12-aught. There you go. Get serious with it, buddy. Don't just tappy. Probably a flathead, y'all. Probably a flatty. Because he's giving it some glove taps. He's just barely bouncing it. Come on, get serious with it. Bend that rod over. I'm betting that's a flatty, y'all. I'm betting anything that's a flatty. He's got that line bouncing now. He probably got down there in his mouth and just sitting there. You watch and see. I'm gonna give him a few minutes and see if he takes it. If I see it bounce a couple more times and he don't bend it over, actually, if he don't load that rod up, if he just bounces a couple more times and keeps that line bouncing, I might reel down on him. I might reel down on him so I can get if it's a flatty, he's probably down there sitting with it in his mouth. Just so ever softly pulling. I think I need to set one of my rods up out in the yard and see if I can't program my brain. I'm always running this stupid No Pro. I call it No Pro because the sound don't record worth crap. Video quality is great. It's 4K, but the sound's just horrible. And I've always got it on, but I always forget when I get a bite to hit the button to start recording. Because on this thing right here, if I record for over 6 minutes at a time on it, it harshes the video and you can't watch it back. So I got to hit record right when I get a bite. And I always forget to do it. So I need to set a rod up in my yard and put my chair out there. My neighbors might think I'm crazy. And then try to program it to my brain to, every time I jump up to grab the rod, to tap that button twice. That way I can get y'all some good footage. I'll remember one day. I'm just too old for this technology crap. I need a camera that'll set up. Yeah, something. I think it's a flatty out there, y'all. I think it's a flatty. Yeah, I need something that's set I can set up and it just records for 10 minutes, resets, records for 10 minutes, resets, and saves it all in a database. And just records all night. That's about the only way I'm gonna get anything done. Where to just loop in 5 or 10 minute intervals. Of course, knowing my luck, why it's saving the last loop, I'll get a major takedown or something, land the fish, and it's still saving the last loop. I wish I had voice command on this one. Wish I had voice command on this one. You know, I didn't think about that though. I might be able to set up. I've got like 3 or 4 extra cell phones that I bring down here a lot of times. They have voice command on them. I might be able to set them up. Of course, I might have to get my kids to show me how to do all that because I'm an old guy. I don't know anything about this technology crap. I'm lucky I could turn a computer on. Well, I can't say that. I've been using computers for since they first come out, but I didn't do much with them. Just sign on to YouTube or and watch videos or played video games on them. And then I started getting into making my own music in the studio, and I was using the recording programs, but I'm still using the same recording programs I've been using for 15 years. Just because I know how to use them and I ain't got to learn a new program. They still work good, so ain't no sense of getting something new. I know all the tricks that I can do with it, so as long as it stays working, I'm going to keep on using it. Heck, it's on a computer. My whole studio is ran by a laptop that's 20 years old, 18, 20 years old. I think it's still got Windows 7 on it. Steve, how's it going? That's what I'm saying, Thomas. Why change if it still works? Why change if it still works? I think I'm gonna crank down on this black rod one time, give it a little crank, see if I feel anything pull back against me, because he keeps on pulling on it, just slow, ever so slight tugs. And I wonder if it's a flathead sitting down there with it in its mouth. I miss a lot of flatheads like that because they sit down there with it in their mouth and then they don't grab it. I'll give it one or two cranks, small cranks, see if I feel anything resistance. If not, I'll just let it sit. And if there is anything out there messing with it, they'll be more apt to grab it and run with it because I done moved it out of their mouth. They're like, hey, it's moving away from me. I better get it. And now I'm gonna cut a small piece of that sucker and put it on this Mad Catz rod. See if we can get this Mad Catz rod of redemption today. I'm gonna recast that because I got snagged into something when I was going down on it. To make sure my bait didn't come off. It don't feel like it. It's like dragging in an anchor or something. Of course, I'm running. Yeah, it's going there. Oh, well, crap. I ain't gonna catch no dang fish. Look, my fly sinker wasn't even sliding. What the heck, man? Glad I did roll it all weekend. I'm sitting out here for the next half an hour going, why ain't I getting no bite? That's why he bounced it and didn't take his sucker resistance to that dang sinker. That big old 8 ounce. One drift on down. There you go. It is right about in that hole where I'm going to get him there. And that's how I can tell I'm in that hole, y'all, because if I cast out there, when it hits it, the line will drip like this, and then it'll drop and come closer to me. So I know it done dropped in that hole because then it comes towards me. The line will drop in closer. If not, it'll sit way out here. When it drops in closer, I know I'm in that hole. We just did that stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what happened a minute ago when I got them couple taps. That line was tangled up around that slip sinker, and they felt that resistance and let go of it. So that 8 ounce sinker is hard to move underwater. So I guarantee they felt every bit of that tug. Alright, well, I'll put it back out there. Give me a second, y'all. I'm going to cut another small piece of this sucker. Give me a bloody piece. Put it on this Mad Catz. See if we can't get some redemption here. Actually, I want to grab my baggie because I'm going to put this fish in a baggie. Keep it from drying out too much. I'll bring my bags with me. Always good to keep these with you when you're catching live bait. That way you can put your bait in there, keep the bugs off of it, and everything else. Keep it fresher. I'll keep it in the shade some where it don't get too hot. Let's get us a piece of small. I got a little small piece on here because I got 12 aught on this big rod, on a black rod. This one's only got a 9 or 8 aught, so I want a smaller chunk. Test it up, see if they want the big chunk or small chunk. I think the big stuff, they don't stink real bad. He sells pretty fishy. So what I've learned about the imitation crab and the imitation lobster, y'all, the lobster will stay on the hook, the crab does not. Not seeing the scales off. All right, Mad Cat. Now I've got some good cut bait on here. I'll put you out here where you need to be at. It's up to you. All right, settle in. All right, good take down, buddy. Prove you're worth it. Prove you ain't got the bad juju. I'm still up here. Give it a few minutes up real close. All right. Yeah, lesson learned. Imitation crab and imitation lobster. The lobster will stay on the hook, the crab does not. So, that is something good to know. Yeah, I know everything. All my laptops and all my computers are so slow, it's not even funny. Half the time I go to edit a video and it'll, the video program will shut down 3 or 4 times while I'm editing a 2 or 3 minute video. I'm like, that's just ridiculous. But it is what it is. They get the job done. Eventually I'll buy me another computer. Oh, did y'all just see that? Am I seeing stuff? Am I seeing stuff? Did that Mad Cat rod actually get tapped? I think I'm seeing stuff, y'all. I'm gonna mark this in the live that way I can go back and watch it, because I believe that Mad Cat just got hit. Now I know I'm seeing stuff. The sun must be messing with my eyes, because that Mad Cat rod don't catch fish. I mean, it might catch a drum, but it don't catch catfish. We'll see. And I just put it out there. I know it don't catch fish that fast. But I surely just saw it bounce. My mind must be playing tricks on me, y'all. Now I do know if that sucker's anything like smells anything like carp, it'll be a good bait. Because I tell you what, I can normally catch decent fish with cut carp, and that's been the issue I've had all year. Normally I'll come out here and catch carp. Well, I won't come here. I'll go to other places to catch carp, and I'll bring it out here and use it for bait. But then I've been catching carp out here all year, and they're too big to use because I won't use anything over 5 pounds. If it's that big, it goes back. And so far, the only thing I've caught is 12, 15, and 18 pound carp out of here. I don't catch the small ones, so I can't use them. I'd love to catch a little common carp by the size of that sucker. Because that's actually what I won John Oiler's tournament on, was a common carp that size. I caught it out of my creek. First time I ever caught one out of my creek. Yes, see, Steve, I'm agreeing. I thought I saw a tap. Yeah, I need to add a lot of RAM to mine, Thomas. A lot of RAM. Bad night is, I just got this laptop right when I started YouTube. Because I got a Toshiba that I use for my studio. It's got Windows 7. I needed something with Windows 10 because, minimum Windows 10, because all the programs that I was going to use to edit videos require Windows 10 or higher. So I ordered a refurbished laptop online. Supposed to have had a new 500 gig hard drive. Supposed to have 3 gigs of RAM and everything else. And it had genuine Windows 10 on it. Matter of fact, it was 10 Office Pro or something like that. I'm like, cool. I had that computer, that laptop, for less than a year. I used it maybe 15, 20 times because it was so slow. And then the hard drive burnt out on it. So my brother brought over a hard drive that's older than I am. And it's only what is it? I think it's on I want to say 124 gig. I know it's only got like 60 gigs free on it. And that's the hard drive I'm using in my laptop right now to edit videos. And I said something to my wife. I thought about ordering another hard drive, get me like a 2 or 3 terabyte hard drive, and then get me a copy of Windows 10 and redoing it. But I don't know if it'd be worth doing all that, or if I should just go ahead and bite the bullet and spend a couple $100 more and get a better computer. Probably better just to bite the bullet and buy a better computer. Because the hard drive, the hard drive that I want, and the copy of Windows 10, that's going to cost me about $350 for both of them. Well, that, and I was going to order another stick of RAM, because I do have 2 more slots for RAM. But that's be about $350. Heck, I add another $200 to it, I get a decent laptop that can actually do something. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I tell you what, that computer was so slow, it wasn't even funny. And I think a lot of it was the hard drive, and it could be the RAM. You know, like I said, too much, not enough RAM for that big of a hard drive. But I tell you what, it seems to run faster with that small junk hard drive, old hard drive, than it did when I got it. And that's saying something. But then again, I bought my wife and my daughter a brand new laptop, brand new from the store for their birthday, in the box. And I told him, I said, I want something, reliable, something fast, and something nice. And they handed me these laptops, and I was like, okay, well, they're like, yeah, these are top of the line laptops. I'm like, cool. So I bought them both brand new laptops, and theirs is as slow as mine is. I said, I thought they supposed to be fast, y'all. There definitely ain't no speed there. I wish I could have got the other ones though, because when I went in there, they had some that was on clearance that were supposed to be almost twice the upgrade as the ones I wound up getting, and they was on clearance for cheaper. And I had them search 7 different stores because they had like 9 locations here in Louisville. Had them search like 7 different stores looking to see if anybody had them in stock. And one store said they had 2 of them still in stock. So the lady called them. They're like, no, they're gone. They've been gone. I'm like, yeah, the employees bought them. Oh, yeah, I know that. Well, I used to, my a buddy of mine used to take his hard drives like that and he would partition them and use part of the hard drive as RAM. And as far as I know, that's how this one was supposed to have been set up. But yeah, if they set it up that way, they didn't set it up right because I tell you what, it was slow as dirt. Somebody come in. I can't see who it is. Give me a second, y'all. I can't see anything on this phone. The sun's blocking my view, making it impossible to see. Put y'all back over here. People coming down. Wig Splitter, how's it going? I think it's Wig Splitter, ain't it? I can't really see his sun's in my eyes. No, I ain't got nothing yet. Yeah, I ain't got nothing yet. Just one little. I got one little sucker that I just cut up for bait and put it out there. I got a hit on the black rod with the sucker on it. Then I got this center rod's got a piece of sucker on it now. So we waiting to see. And I got Nightcrawler on the last rod. It started off as a strange bait challenge. I come out here and I was trying to. I didn't have no real bait with me because usually I use cut bait. And I was trying the imitation shrimp and the imitation crab meat to see if either one of them get a bite. Found out crab meat does not stay on the hook. The lobster does, but we didn't get a nibble on either one of them. So it is what it is. So now we're just waiting. So you still over at the job, Wig Splitter? I didn't see you last week. I don't think. Unless they sent you over to Candle Sleeve, they might have sent you over to Candle Sleeve. think I need to recast out that worm, put it out in a little bit further. I reeled it in a little closer, and it still ain't getting hit. Got to find that exact spot. There's a money spot out there to catch the white bass, and apparently that's why I usually catch the small drum, the white bass, and that's where I caught that sucker at, a certain distance out. A little drop-off ledge, because the water out here, when since it goes, we get so much current, it actually like stair steps like this down, and it's on one of the ledges. I gotta get on one of the ledges, the right one, to get the bait, because they all seem to stay on one little ledge. You recast it out there, see? Put it out about another 2 or 3 foot. See if I pick up that spot. That should be pretty close to that spot, y'all. Hey, my new power bank's still charging. That's a surprise. Let's see where we at, y'all. Hey, I'm at 84%. That's nice, man. Been live for 2 hours and 5 minutes. Yeah, that's not bad. By now, the old power banks I had, they both be dead by now. I'd be running on strict phone battery. We're still at 84%. That's good. I may have to give me a couple more of those. I don't know. They're awful big, though, man. I'm used to these smaller power banks, and this thing is a beast. This thing is huge. It's like carrying a brick in your pocket. So, but, you know, if it does what it's supposed to do, we're good. And this thing that's still at 84%, and it's still charging the phone. Phone's still at 100. Gonna try to catch a ship now. Y'all getting ready to head out, I guess. Yeah, Thomas, I don't like power banks either, but I like doing during the spring, like middle spring and everything else, when the weather's like in the 70s and 80s, without 70s at night. I like doing all-nighters. I come out here for 12 hours straight and do it live, and I pretty much have to have a power bank, because you can't get down here. I mean, literally, there's no way to get down here with a cart of any kind to carry a battery or a generator. It's either you carry a power bank or you don't have no power down here. I mean, I carry all this gear on my back for about 5-6 blocks and then bring it down the hill. Now, there is a restaurant behind me that's about halfway from here to my house. Matter of fact, it's a little less than halfway to my house. But I have to talk to them. I haven't got a chance to talk to them yet. I want to see about parking my vehicle in their parking lot, so I can just set up, drop off, park my vehicle over there, and then come over the flood wall. It saved me about a 10-15 minute walk. But at the same time, you know, they're always packed, because they're not like a fast food restaurant or nothing. They get, on average, like today when I come over, and I come over here at like 11 o'clock, they already had probably 45, 50 customers already. And they're huge. They do car shows. They have live bands out there and everything else, so it ain't nothing to see 500-600 cars out there. They own 4 parking lots over here. Trying to see if you can catch a ship home. I understand that. She's a little slow. You might have to fight with Angie to get her in the car. It's gonna be the issue. My wife and my handicapped sister-in-law went to visit my mother-in-law's ex-boyfriend for the weekend, and my sister-in-law, she don't like going places, and if she goes somewhere, she don't like to leave. You have to fight. You have to fight with her and trick her to get her in the car. Then you got to trick her to get her in the car when you got to leave the place. Because she'll look at you, it's like, nope, I ain't going nowhere. You made that up. Only she took a friend with her. This weekend, and now her friend needs to get back here today, so they're going to have to double team and talk my sister to get in the car. Man, I tell you what, I'm glad Dominic Hollis turned me on to these. I've been drinking Monster for a long time, but he said something about these imports, and he said something about the cap on them, and the cap literally has a where you can turn it and shut it. I didn't know they made those, and that popping noise, it builds up pressure in there, so it feels real tight in there. I like that because I hate coming down here with my energy drinks, because a lot of times you'll put it in your cup holder, you'll go to drink it and have a bug in it. No bugs in this one. And it don't spill if it turns over. That's just awesome sauce. Yes, I said awesome sauce on that old. Actually, the wind slowed down quite a bit, Laura. It has calmed down quite a bit. Nothing like it was a little bit ago. I mean, it's still blowing pretty good. Blowing more than I would like it to, but it went from 15 miles an hour down to 5. So, I'll take it. Compared to the last 2 times that me and Brandon went out, yeah, I'd say it's a lot calmer. At least we ain't got 35 and 40 mile an hour wind gusts like me and Brandon have. And the wind's hitting constant right now. It's hitting. It'll hit for a few minutes and then it'll stop. So come on, fishy, fishy. I know one of y'all hungry in there. Y'all gotta eat. I'm still thinking it ain't a day bite, y'all. That's what I said last week, and that's what I'm thinking. Nah, I drank them all the time. The funniest one was when I was working at Sears. I was a mechanic at Sears for like 8 years. One of the guys that was working there, one of the other mechanics, uh, his girlfriend worked at Sullivan University at the college, and she was part of the bakery. So she would bring in these gourmet treats for us all the time, and she'd bring in like these little small cupcakes or whatever, like samples of different kind of like cheesecakes and stuff like that. Well, one day she brought in a bunch of them, and I had like 5 or 6 different pieces, and I had one I put in my car when I went to leave. I got off work, put it in my center console, went in the house. I was in the house maybe 25, 30 minutes, and I said, "Oh crap, I said I forgot I got that cheesecake out there. I gotta go get." And I was out there, and it's already dark. Went out there, grabbed a big old bite off. I said, "Baby, you need to try this. It's good stuff." She goes, "You can't eat that. It's covered in ants." I'm like, "I just took a big old bite of it." I said, I didn't taste them. I said, cheesecake still tastes good. But you can't eat that. It's covered in ants. I said, yeah. Oh, well, too late. Because I just took a big old bite off of it. But it was a big old piece, too. It was about, about 3 inch by 3 inch square. And I took a big old bite off of it, full of ants. That's what happens when you're taking bites off of stuff in the dark. I had the same issue with some syrup about 7 years ago with my daughter, 8 years ago with my daughter. Got up, she wanted pancakes, and I went in there and made some pancakes. She wouldn't get out of bed, and I made me some and sitting there eating them. Of course, I sit in the dark a lot, or used to. And she gets up and she comes in there and goes, Dad, we can't eat this syrup. I'm like, why? She said it's full of ants. I'm like, well, I just ate it. Come on, fishies. Maybe I need to play like Curtis and go over and rub my rods. Staying another night? Well, I wish I would have known that if you staying another night. I would have waited and come out here tonight. Just to see if it was a night bite. Maybe I'll still do that. Maybe I'll go home, sit down. Well, I ain't slept any, so I ain't been to bed yet, so I don't know if I can do that or not, but maybe I'll go home and it wouldn't be the first time I come down here with no sleep for 2 days. Go home, pull the pulled pork out of the crock pot. It should be ready by the time I get home. Make me a couple sandwiches, change out my gear, recharge whatever I need to charge, and I'll walk on back down. Take my little sucker buddy with me, put him in the bag, because he's in the Ziploc baggie. Take him home with me, put him in the refrigerator, keep him fresh, bring him on back out, see if it's a night bite. Actually, I can't do that. Well, if you're staying there tonight, I guess I can go to work in the studio. I get some work done in the studio, I guess. Maybe I can get that track done. What's Laura gonna do? Because she said she needed to be home today. Now we're getting 15, 20 mile an hour winds. Make it stop now. Now they're bouncing my rod all over the place. I can't tell if I'm getting a bite of it today. Now you would think if both rods that's got that sucker on it got hit one time apiece, that something would have took them by now. That Mad Cats actually got hit, what, within 3-4 minutes of me casting it out. So, you would think that we already have got a takedown right now. Here, Alright, I'm gonna go over here and try to pull a curve, y'all. Gotta rub on my rod. I didn't bring my net, so I ain't gonna get my net, y'all. I tried that last time. I'm only worried about these two rods, the big ones. The small one I'm not worried about. It's just a bait rod anyway. Come on, Mad Cats. Get some redemption, brother. Come on. I don't want to put you on the shelf. You'll be up there with the rest of the retired rods. And that might mess up my whole program for CatCon. I just had to get there early. Make sure I get there before John Parker does. Make sure he didn't touch them. But then again, man, I think John Parker's going to the one in Kansas City. They might be bad juju before they even get here to Louisville. Go find me a old priest, a new priest, and a young priest, and a live chicken. Try to get him to get rid of some of his bad juju off his rod. Come on. Come on, fishies. 3 o'clock. Do something. See, that's why I don't day fish, y'all. I don't ever have any luck in during the day. Ever. I would have thought my bait rod would at least start getting hits though. Whether it be drum or carp or white bass. Let me reposition this bait rod.
Yeah, I should be on that ledge for me to do that. Something was chasing it. They didn't get it while it was down there, but they were chasing it. That should be about where I need it. See if I can summon it up. I see it. See if I can summon it up and I could have.
I guess I'm gonna sit down and wait. No sense of standing up. Yeah, I was really hoping this Mad Catch rod would catch a fish today. Because I don't bring it out at night because I don't have lights for it. I had lights on it at one point in time and brought it out here and wasn't having no luck, so I took them off there. And I won't bring out my rods unless it's a light up rod, so. Yeah, I'm just not convinced it's switched over to a day bite yet, y'all. I'll be honest with you. We've had some cool nights, but when I rinse my hands off in that water's still pretty dang warm. They still might be biting. It still might be a night bite. They might not switched over yet. Let's say 2 hours and 39 minutes. Now, how did I know that chat stopped running again? Because I ain't seen nothing do anything. Hold on. Poor man. I feel sorry for you, Thomas. Yeah, he's good. I love John Parkin's guy. He's a real great guy. And but yeah, he carries the bad juju with him. I don't know. I don't know where he got it from, but he carries it with him. Heck, I might come back out tonight. I don't know. Go home and eat a little bit. Switch out my rods. The only issue with that is the light that I normally use when I come down here is about half shot. I had another idea for a light, but it's going to require about an hour and a half of my engineering skills to make it work. I don't know, I still might do it. I might check the weather and see how the wind's supposed to be, if it's going to be any better than it is now. I may come back out tonight. They cut all this grass down here. I mean, the path is the only dangerous part to do in the dark. So I got a bunch of new headlamps, so I should be able to see. And I'm actually thinking about using them headlamps. I bought some cheap headlamps from the Dollar Tree for $1.25. They take 3 AAA batteries. And I tell you what, one of them headlamps is almost brighter than the light that I was using out here on the bank. Just one headlamp. I thought about taking 2 or 3 of them and putting them together and making a panel out of them. And running them off of a different kind of battery, like run them off of the 2 big rechargeable, I forgot what they are, the 3.5 volt batteries. Running them off of those, and then putting 2 or 3 of them together and make a big panel off of them, and that'll light up this whole bank like a complex light will, as bright as they are. But that will take testing, and it will take time to do the testing, and about 2 or 3 hours of engineering to try to figure out the best way to get the maximum lighting out of them. And I gotta find out what way will make them last longer. I usually don't have my lights on down here except for when I'm reeling in a fish so I can show, so people can see the fish when I'm reeling it in, I usually just run strictly off my ring light. I don't know, I'm gonna sit down here for at least another 45 minutes to an hour, give it time. It might just be a dead time, you know? Like, we never know. 15 minutes from now, the bike could pick up and start getting hit after hit. I seriously doubt it, but it could. Yeah, that thing don't leak at all. That one drip we just had was the stuff that was stuck under the cap. That is a tight, it's a tight closing lid for a can. Which is good because my hands are usually full when I walk out of here. I have noticed when I come down here for day fishing, it's a lot lighter trip than it is at night. A lot lighter. At night I usually gotta bring my cart. I got a little golf cart caddy like you use for golf clubs. The club caddy, I gotta use it because I gotta carry the tripod, the ring light, my extra power banks, and then I usually run the other pole light that I run. So it's a little heavier. The way I'm set up right now, all I gotta do is grab my rods, throw them in the bag. The bag's light because it's only got 3 rods and the rod holders in it. And if I was smart, then I would do what I did last year and I'd hide my rod holders up here because there's a whole bunch of these trees, as you can see. Turn the camera. It had all these tree roots and the grass growing around them. Last year, I was smart and I shoved 2 of my rod holders that I had, just plain white ones. I didn't have them painted up or nothing with my decal logo on them like these are. But shoot, I had 2 of them hidden in this tree right here, and they sit there all year and nobody ever messed with them. Never found them. If I was smart, I would try that again. But that bright orange one might show up. The green ones might be alright, but the bright orange ones show up. Of course, if I decide to come back out here tonight, I'm liable to do that. I'm liable to walk down this bank and find me a nice concealed spot that I know nobody's going to find them, shove them in the weeds. That'd be about 6 to 7 pounds of stuff I don't have to carry back down here. I'll have to carry it home when I leave tonight, but at least I won't have to carry them back down today. And then if something happens, I can't make it out here tonight, I just have to come down here tomorrow and pick them up. It really bites that all this floods so bad. It honestly does. Because if it didn't flood so bad, I'd get me a steel locker a chain, and I'd come up with a shovel and dig me a hole and hide some gear in it. I had a bunch of my sinkers and all that other stuff. But when you use 8 and 10 ounce sinkers, when you have to carry 9 or 10 of them with you, it starts adding up in weight. I built me a little strong lock box, put my rod holders in it, and put my sinkers and stuff in it. Then all I gotta do is carry my regular gear. Come on, fishy, fishy. Now, normally when I'm down here, I'm rooting for my Muddy River rods. I don't go nowhere without them. The only rods I like to use usually. I'm actually rooting for the Mad Catz rod because I don't want to retire it. But I think after 20 trips with it, and ain't caught no fish with it, and I usually don't catch fish while it's casted out in the water. It's like it's putting bad juju on the whole bank. Yeah. Can't give it too many more trips. Retire it for the year and see if I can't get somebody to do something to it or bless it or something. If it'd catch a fish, I'm pretty sure the fish would take the juju. The fish would take away the juju. I mainly want to see how it works. I know the action on my Muddy River rods. I know how good the action is on them. I have no clue what the action is on the Mad Catz. Not for real. It seems a little stiffer than my Muddy River rod. So I really like to catch some fish on it, see what it does. I mean, granted, if I catch anything over 10, 15 pounds, I'm guaranteeing they're going to load it up. But I don't know if anything smaller than that's going to load it up or not. It usually takes something over, 4 or 5 pounds or above to even halfway load up the Muddy River rod. So, and like I said, the Mad Catz feels a lot stiffer. I wonder what the fishing would be like on the other side of this river. I honestly do. Because there's banks just like it is over here. There's a little beach area. It's usually not there. It's only there when the water's down like this. I guess one day during the summer when it's down, or spring when it's down like this, when it's warmer weather, I'll have to cross this river and find out. Set up on the Indiana side. The only thing good about that is I don't have to deal with the idiots from the restaurant over here being over there. That's for sure. Because that's all houses and stuff up there on the Indiana side. Come on, wind, slow down. You're not making my life any easier. I know one thing, if I do come back out here tonight, I'm definitely going to take a knife sharpener to my knife before I come down here, that's for sure. That thing don't want to cut nothing. TJ, how's it going? Yeah, congratulations on your community tab, TJ. I just got mine about a week ago, with that, probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I haven't even done anything on it yet. I was planning on doing a big giveaway, but I'm still waiting for my work to pick up. Right now, they're only working me 2 days a week. But they keep on changing my schedule at the last minute. They'll have me scheduled 3 or 4 days, so I won't plan anything. And then I'll go into work, and they'll be like, well, we don't need you today. And I'm like, well, crap. If I would have known that, I would have planned something else instead of planning on walking in this building. I've already got most of the stuff to do the giveaway. I just got to have the money to ship the stuff because shipping's so expensive nowadays. I'm estimating it's probably going to cost me about $100, $150 for shipping for the stuff I got. Man, I wish the sun would get out of my eyes so I could see. I can't pronounce the name. I see the King Bet vlog. I can't see the rest of it because of the sun. I apologize, but welcome in. That's the only thing I don't like about fishing in the day. You can't see nothing because of the dang glare of the sun. I apologize, but thank you for coming in. Rattle Trap, how's it going? We just out here trying to see if it's a day bite yet. We started off with a challenge today. I brought out imitation crab and imitation lobster. We found out real quick the imitation crab does not stay on the hook. So we know that don't work. We did not get a nibble off the imitation lobster. Uh, I did manage to catch about a 2.5 pound, 3 pound sucker, and I cut him up. Now we've got cut bait on the two big rods. The Mad Cats and the Muddy River rod have cut sucker on them. They both got a little love tap, but that's about all they've had so far. So I'm guessing it's not a day bite yet. Now our weather did get down to 38 degrees last night. So, but you would think the water would cool down, but I tell you what, it's still warm to the touch. I'm actually King Bed Vlog. I'm actually trying to catch catfish and basically anything that bites, but I'm mainly going after catfish. And I do have a carp rod out. I usually catch pretty decent sized carp down here. I am strictly catch and release on everything except for if I catch a bait fish or if I catch a small carp. I'm talking a pound or 2 pound, small carp. I might use it for bait. All the big fish go back. I don't keep anything. I don't eat them, so there's no sense of taking them out of here. If they're not bait, they get released immediately. Yeah, TJ, I know what you're going through with that 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week. We're about to hit peak. And last year, I mean, I don't get paid much anyway. I only make like $15 an hour. And during peak, they normally take us up from $15 an hour to $19 an hour. And all overtime is double time. So that's when you start making your money. That's how you get caught up for the year. Well, they got new supervisors now, and I was just informed that we're not going up to that $19 an hour. We're only going up to $17, and that there will be no double time. I'm like, well, you're good luck getting extra help because they hire seasonal help. They hire about 800 people for seasonal help. Ain't nobody gonna come in for that pay rate. Ain't nobody gonna come in for that pay rate. I might not be there for that pay rate. I mean, granted, I only have to go, I literally live, 5 minutes away of that. I walk past my workplace to come here to go fishing when I come walking over here. I walk past my building. So, that's the only reason why I'm working there now. But then they told us that since they're not going to do that, they're only going to be working us 5 days a week. The other 2 days are going to be volunteer. We can work 6 or 7 days if we want to. And like I told my wife, I said, well, if they're not going to give us double time, there's no sense in it. Because all they're going to do is put us in a higher tax bracket by giving us the 10 hours of overtime they're going to give us. We're going to be in a higher tax bracket, and we're not going to make enough to do anything. Well, that'd be pretty cool. What I'll do is, do you got a channel? I guess you do since it's a vlog channel. When I go back today, when I get home, I'll check and I'll come in here and I'll click on your name and see if I can't find your channel for you. And I'll subscribe to you so I can watch it. I love watching all kinds of fishing. It doesn't matter if it's, river fishing like I'm doing now for catfish. I like watching carp. I like watching gar caught, shark, whatever. I'll watch anything as long as it's to do fishing. I just wish I could catch more than what I'm catching right now. Right now, I think I've got a cursed rod out here. We're trying to figure that out. That center rod is is my Mad Cats rod. I picked it up at Catfish Conference. And so far, it's been my unlucky rod. I've had 20 trips out with it. And the 20 times I brought it out, I don't catch fish. I leave it at home and bring out both my Muddy River rods, I catch fish. So I'm thinking it's a cursed rod. I'm trying to give it a chance to redeem itself today. Because at night I always have lights on my rods. My rods light up. And that one don't light up, so I don't bring it out at night when I come out. Which apparently I might be coming out again tonight because my wife's spending another night in the country, so since she's out in the country for the night, I might go home here in an hour or so, eat me something, change out my gear, get all my night gear together, and come back down. I haven't decided if I'm going to do that, if I'm going to work in the studio or not. I don't know yet. We'll figure them both out later on, I guess. Okay, Triple Hook Angler. Yeah, I know that channel. Is that the one you're gonna be on when y'all go out fishing Sunday if y'all get to go? Here in a minute, I'm gonna freshen up the bait on that Muddy River rod and recast out my. Oh no, I'm not. Uh oh. Come on, please be on there. I don't think he's on there. He might be. I don't feel the sinker, y'all. Oh, he let go. Dang it. Dang it, we had a good hit though. I'm putting it back out there. Oh, that didn't work. That's the first time I've bird nested in probably 5 years. I hope I can get that out. I got over anxious, y'all. I seen that rod bend over like that. Thought we had one. Bird nest. At least I got it out. That's all that matters. I didn't know if he was on there or not, y'all, because when I started reeling in, I didn't feel my sinker scrape the bottom or the bait dragging. And I got a big old chunk of bait on here and an 8-ounce sinker. So normally, like it's doing now, you can feel it dragging the bottom. I think something had it in its mouth and was following it up. It spit it right when we got to the bank. I'm gonna put it back out there. I'll get ready to freshen it up. I still got to cut a piece to freshen it up with, so let's get it back out there where we had it at. See if someone wants to get it. That ain't it. This wind is making it impossible, y'all. This wind is catching it and dragging it where I don't want it at. Try this again. I'm trying to get it to drift into my hole, but I might just have to cast straight towards my hole and be done with it. There we go. Let's see if he's out there, y'all. See if he comes back. Let's see if he comes back. It was a good old hit, though. Yeah, I tell you what, it's nice. It's nice when they go down like that. I've actually had this black rod right here, this Muddy River rod. I've actually had it bend down to about right here, and the whole rod holder bend over. The whole rod holder went over. Leaves me more optimistic, y'all. Maybe they're waking up. That's what I'm thinking. I think it was a fish on it that let go because, I mean, you can literally, with that 8 ounce sinker, you can feel it drag. And I probably got 8 ounces of bait on there too. So I got an 8 ounce sinker and 8 ounces of bait. So you're talking 16 ounces dragging across the bottom. And it wasn't dragging when I pulled it in. I think I am going to cut another piece of bait though and freshen it back up. I'll give it about 5 minutes out there. I might want to cut 2 pieces and put another piece on this Mad Catch rod. Put another fresh piece on it. It got a good tap about 3 or 4 minutes after I casted it out, but it ain't got hit since. But see where I'm fishing at right now. This is my normal fishing spot. Of course, I got kids down doing rocks like always. Out about right here, out right in this area, there's a big drop off. If I can get my bait down in that drop off, that's where I get all my big fish. That's where I've got all my 20s, my 30s, my 40 pounders. They all come out of this one little hole over there. If I get in that area, that's where they usually go at. Right now, that's where I've got the black rod at. But what I would like to do is I'd like to get them both over in the same area, if possible. That way I can, you know, double my chances of getting one of them a better takedown. But I'm thinking some fresh bait might do the trick if they're starting to wake up or starting to move through. Yeah, I'm about to freshen that bait up because we just saw that takedown we just had, so it means they're moving in the area. I'll probably cut the bait first and wait until I get leave the baits in the water until I get the fresh bait cut. Because with that dull bait knife I got, it's probably going to take me a good 2 or 3 minutes to cut that bait. So that fish is hard to cut through them scales. I've been scraping them off. What I've been trying to do is scrape them off as much as I can. That way I can cut through it, but the bone's still tough, so. That's another reason why I like fishing at night, y'all. I love when them rods, them light up rods I got. I love when they bend over like that. Because it's so dark out here at night and stuff that it's just like you don't see nothing except for the rods. There's nothing else drawing your attention away. Everything, all the focus is strictly on the rods. So the slightest little bend you notice, and then when it takes down like that, it looks real good. All right, y'all, give me just a second. I'm gonna go ahead and cut a couple pieces of bait and freshen this up. Oh, I got it on both cat rods right now, Steve. I put some on that Mad Catz earlier, and as soon as I put it on there, 2 or 3 minutes after I casted it out, I got a tap because I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. Because that Mad Catz rod don't get bites, but it surely got bites. It got a decent nibble, but I'm just now getting into the bloody part of that fish too. Right now, I'm using the tail meat mostly. I'm getting into the backbone and everything else now, to where it's getting into the bloody stuff, the good freshy stuff. I'm gonna recast my bait rod again, y'all. It ain't got no action either. Recast it, then I'm gonna cut bait real quick. But apparently I'm not in the
right spot with my bait rod. But normally it would have went off, you know. I normally get a bite every 10 minutes on this thing. And it went off, so I'm guessing I'm not in the right area. Gotta be right on that ledge. If you're not right on that ledge at an exact spot, just put my camera down a little bit so y'all see more of the rod. If I'm not on that ledge in an exact spot with that bait rod, it will not get action. It's like a certain distance out there that they just hang out at. They won't go any further. They don't go any shallower, no deeper. It's one level and that's it. I mean, literally, you've got like a 2 or 3 foot span. It's like they're following a seam in the bottom of the river. You got to get it right down that seam or you don't get no action. But if you get in that seam, that pole will bend over every 5 minutes. All right, let me cut some bait, y'all. All right. Got 3 pieces of bait cut. Start off with some Mad Cat. It hasn't got a bite. Here's the last one to bite. Well, not the last one. Water's starting to fall off a little bit. It ain't real cool though. It needs to drop another 5 or 10 degrees before I think it's going to be a daylight, a real daylight. But we're going to see. Come on, go through. Boy, this stuff is tough. Tough like leather. That's why I felt leather sparking. Right. I'm going to try to cast this open that spot a little bit. Yeah, that'll work. That's about what I wanted that. Let it sit there for a few minutes and drip down where I can get it in that hole where I want it at. I'm pulling this one in, y'all. I may have to switch rod pots. I'm going to have to. But that one's drifting a lot more. Switch them around. So that one's drifting a lot further. That's way down inside there. I guarantee it's in there. Exactly where I needed that. Alright. So. That stuff might work better now, y'all. I'll tell you what. Since it's been sitting up here in that bag, them fishy smells have marinated. And it had some strong oils coming off of it, so maybe it's gonna change some things. We shall see. No, I done took it off for now. I done took it off for now, Steve, but yeah, I'm trying to make sure this Mad Cat's rod gets a fair shake at redemption. And I've got it in my big cat hole right now where I catch all my big cats, where my last 340s have come from. It's in that exact spot. So if it can't get redemption now,
I don't know what to tell it. That's my big cat hole right there. And that's a piece of the meat right around the gut pocket, so it's gonna have all them juices in it. If there's a fish out there, he'd want that piece of meat. And that's got a smaller hook on it. My Muddy River rod, I'm running a 12-aught. That's only got an 8-aught on it. It's a Mad Cats. So I'm running a slight smaller piece of bait on it because it being an 8-aught. But the way I've got it positioned, it looks like a bigger presentation. But I want to make sure that hook is exposed. I'm thinking that's what happened with that last fish, y'all. Because I had such a big chunk of bait on there, I think the hook couldn't get to the fish. He just had the bait in his mouth. Hook wasn't exposed enough. Now I know for a fact both of them are exposed enough. Now the Mad Cat rod is out probably 80 yards. The Muddy River rod is probably out maybe 60 yards. So the Muddy River's got, the Mad Cat's has got a 6-ounce sinker on it. The Muddy River's got an 8-ounce, so it don't drift as much as the 6 ounce is drifting. It took it a lot longer for that 6-ounce when I got it out there to settle. So we shall see. I could definitely use another bait fish though. I think that'll be my determining factor, y'all. If I get another bait fish or if I have enough bait left on that one fish, I'll come back out tonight. If I don't, I am going to attempt it. Because, yeah. Where did my check go? Live chat. There we go. Yeah, if I don't have enough bait, I'm not even going to attempt it. Now I know that's good bait for night fishing. It smells just like a carp. Yeah, that stuff. I guarantee the fish can smell that from a mile away. I know one thing, if I do come out here tonight, y'all should get a better angle of the rods for sure, because much bank as I got in as far as the beach goes, and it's so smooth. I mean, normally I got to fight with rough, like, contour, and it's smooth bank like a beach, like a regular beach out here. So I can actually get the chair and the rod hold, the chair and the lights and stuff closer to the rods. All right, Steve, don't work too hard. Don't work too hard, brother. And just like I was saying earlier, yeah, I have a bad habit of not hitting that button on that No Pro. I got up when that bite happened. I never even touched that thing. Strapped to my chest and never even touched it. Now I gotta figure out my other phone. See, that's how I do it. I try to make sure when I come out here for the people that don't want to watch my lives, because sometimes my lives can be long. Because I like coming out here sometimes when the weather's right and the fish are biting good. I can be out here for 12 hours going live. And nobody wants to sit there and watch all that live to catch a couple fish. So I try to bring extra cameras and everything else with me so I can catch the highlights and just make a video out of the highlights and let everybody know it's a highlight video. But unfortunately, I've been slacking today. The wind blew his camera over earlier, so it blew it over. So I just turned it off and put it over in the pile, and then didn't put it back up. We got that good hit, and I never even touched the No Pro. Alrighty. So now, since the wind's slowing down, I'm going to try to set this camera back up with a good angle to where if we get a good takedown, I get a good angle of the takedown. Now I've got that camera set up on record and let it record while we're doing this and see what it is. Lee Evans, what's up? So far, Lee, only thing we got was about a 3 pound, 2.5, 3 pound sucker fish. I just cut him up and he's on the hooks right now. We did just have a good takedown on the black rod before I moved it. It was over here. We had a real good takedown. I missed it. I think the bait was covering the hook. Uh, so I just refreshened up both of them with the cut sucker and put them back out there. We're gonna see what happens. So far, I've given up on the imitation crab and lobster. We found that the crab does not stay on the hook, and I did not get any bites off the lobster. So now I'm thinking that some of our fin lakes, and you know what I'm talking about when I say fin lakes, for channel cats, it might work good. But I think down here in the river, I mean, it might work better at night, you know, when more predator fish are moving around. But I'm trying to give this Mad Catz rod a redemption. I'm thinking it's one of the ones that John Parker touched at CatCon before I bought it. So this has been my unlucky rod since I got it. So we're gonna see if we can get it in redemption today, because if not, I'm gonna retire it. Got you at 39 last night? Cool. Where'd you get it at? Hey, we might get a barge bite, y'all. We got barge getting ready to come through. Maybe he'll wake these fishies up, y'all. That's what I've been missing all day. I ain't had a barge all day. Had a little bass boat, but I ain't had no barge. Got it at wintergreen, huh? Or Willgreen, I mean. Cool. Hey, it's good they're getting that big there. That makes it good though when the fish are getting that big in the body of water. That just means there's plenty of food for them to feed off of. I'm kind of hoping I don't catch no 39, 40 pounder right now, because I did not bring my net. You know, I'll jump in the water to get the fish if I have to, but I hate weighing them by their lips. And that's what I would have to do, weigh it by its lips, because all I got is grippers. So let's see if this barge wakes these fish up. I know I ain't gonna wake the bait fish up. My bait rod ain't gonna go nowhere, but maybe the big rods will. Cool. Now a couple weeks ago, man, if I would have had more bait, I probably would have killed the fish over here. I caught a 28 pounder, a 24 pounder, and a 15-pound carp. But by the time we got done catching the last one, I was out of bait. We decided to go home. That was like last month though. I ain't been able to get out to go fishing. Well, I've been out fishing. I just ain't been doing any recording and everything because I've been going to all the fin lakes and stuff, and they're all taken over by moss and grass. You couldn't catch a fish in there to save your life. Heck, I went to, I think, 8 lakes and 12 creeks in the last 3 weeks trying to get bluegill, and can't get bluegill anywhere. Now, I know if I went all the way out to Taylorsville or something like that, I'd be able to get them, but I wasn't trying to drive at, a 45-minute drive to an hour drive to get bait. Now, unless I got 5 or 6 people with me catching bait. That way we can have more bait, because most of these lakes in Kentucky, actually, according to Kentucky Fish and Wildlife regulations this year, they've put in place a 15 fish limit on bluegill anyway. You only allow 15 fish daily creel, or daily limit for bluegill. So unless I got 4 or 5 people going to go down there and go bluegill fishing with me, and don't use the bait bluegill for bait and everything, it wouldn't be wasting that much gas to go all the way down there. Now, catch 15 bait fish. Come on, bars bite. Here comes the wave, y'all. Alrighty, we've been live for, let's say, 3.5 hours. I'm gonna give about 30 more minutes, y'all. Hit that 4-hour mark. Unless we start catching a bunch of fish, I'm gonna call it. And then come back down here, try to get back down here tonight. Alright, well, you didn't give us a barge bite, so you can slow down now. We have had enough weight. Check my power bank to see where we at. Oh, we at 72%. Oh yeah. 72%. We're still at 100% on my phone, I'm guessing. Yeah, 100% on the phone, 72%. Bank fishing right now. We started off using imitation crab and imitation lobster as a test because I didn't have any real bait. I had some night crawlers with me and some corn. I threw out a night crawler and caught me about a 2.5 pound, 3 pound sucker. So I cut the sucker up, and right now my 2 big catfish rods have sucker on them. We did have a good takedown about 20-25 minutes ago on the black rod. But unfortunately, I think the bait was turned into the hook, so we didn't get him. He followed the bait all the way up to the bank just about, because I'm dragging an 8 ounce. I had 8 ounces of bait, and about 8 ounce sinker and about 8 ounces of bait on there. So when I'm reeling it in, it just drags the bottom, and it didn't drag the bottom the whole time. I was reeling it with ease, like he was swimming towards the bank with it. And then I just rode the bait on in. But right now we're waiting to see what else happens. I'm actually going to kill this live here in about 25 minutes or so, unless the fish start going crazy. I was just informed my wife's spending another night in the country where she's at with her family. So if she's going to spend another night, I might go home and eat, stretch out for about an hour or two, switch over my night gear, charge up my power banks that I used today, recharge them, get them all ready, and come back out tonight. Because if it ain't a day bite, it's got to be a night bite. They got to be biting sometime. I'll take what's left of my little sucker friend home, put him in the refrigerator in the garage in my bait fridge, keep him fresh. Right now I got him in a Ziploc baggie, what's left of him in a Ziploc baggie sitting in the shade. I'll keep him fresh and bring him back out here tonight. Of course, if I come back out tonight, I probably won't get out here till about 10:15, something like that. Uh-oh. Black on the black rod, y'all. Or I just got pushed into a snag somehow. Well, that ain't no good. I ain't trying to lose my good senses. See if I can get it out of the snag. Got it out of snags. I got another tree pounder, y'all. Literally a big old piece of petrified wood. And I went through. That'll tell you how strong and sharp them hooks are, y'all. I want y'all to see that if y'all can see that. That hook went through that wood. All the way through it. Did not play no games. Now if I get it out, it'll be a different story. Hey, I got it out. Alright. Well, that's one less snag out there, y'all. Something was grabbing it though. Of course, that boy could have come down and snagged against it, but it wasn't floating. It was standing on bottom. I don't know. Get it back out there. I'm gonna throw that when it's shallow, y'all. That's the one thing I haven't done. one thing I haven't tried yet today, y'all. I haven't tried casting one real shallow. I went to cast that out. I'm like, you know what, shallow? That's what I'm thinking too. It smells just like carp, and I usually have good luck with carp. And I tell you what, I put it in that Ziploc baggie. Even though it's sitting in the shade, it's putting off some oil that's just dripping everywhere. So I'm gonna let it marinate in its own oil. Like I said, if I do come back out tonight, I'm gonna take him home no matter what and put him in the refrigerator. But if I do come back out tonight, I'll bring him out. I gotta sharpen up my bait knife though. I tell you what, it's like cutting through a piece of concrete, cutting through him. And that bait knife I got is dull as crap. Listen to this seal, y'all. It's on a can. Well, I'm glad Dominic Hollis told me about these. I wasted more monsters on this bank from sitting down here, just like that, putting it in my cup holder and having a bug land in it, or bugs. And if I come down here and something happens and I gotta leave early and I don't get to finish my energy drink, I gotta pour it out. I always take my can with me, but I gotta pour out the drink because my hands are always too full to carry anything. Because I got my bag, my backpack, and my chair. So I usually have to freaking carry everything else. So I have to pour out my drink. That one I might be able to put in the side of my backpack and just walk with it. Because besides what you get right here on the underneath of the where it locks in place, other than the drop you'll get from that, that thing don't leak. I can squeeze on that can and it don't leak. I've been drinking monsters for years. I even got a monster tattoo on my shin, and didn't even think to look to see if they ever had anything like that. He told me about them. He said, yeah, the imports have the locks on them, the caps that's shut. I'm like, what? And he showed me one day on one of his lives. Sure enough, I went and got one today. Even though they cost a little more than my normal monsters, you know what? In the long run, it's worth it. Just to hear it pop every time you open that up, lets you know for sure that you're bug free. Cause ain't nothing worse than coming down here fishing at night during mayflies, when there's a lot of mayflies out, and next you know you got 35 mayflies in your drink. I normally buy a 1 liter, because I normally carry a 2 liter Mountain Dew with me everywhere I go, but I've been buying 1 liters, and I'll keep a 1 liter at the house, and if it gets empty, I'll fill it back up and bring it. Which is probably what I'll do tonight if I come back out. Need to go in my garage and look around, see what old 20 ounces I got laying around there. Soak one for about 3 or 4 hours in some water, even though they're all empty anyway. Soak it for a few hours, plenty of that were good. Fill that thing full of coffee so I can have some coffee out here. Or bring one of my water bottles. I can do that. I got water bottles with my logo on them, so I'll bring one of them full of coffee. Because apparently I can't remember to bring the coffee. I got an iced coffee, like a cold coffee, sitting in my refrigerator right now. I'm supposed to have done brought with me the last 3 trips, and I keep on forgetting to bring it. So I don't know.
And every time I get down here, as soon as I get down here, first thing I want is a cup of coffee. All right, come on, fish. You can do it. Yeah, now here in Kentucky, we're not allowed to bait the water, but we are allowed to feed the fish. So when I leave here today, I'm gonna take this cut piece of bait I got right here that I took off the hook to use baits, and I'm gonna put it in the water. But I think I'm gonna make it, if I'm gonna feed the fish, I think I'm gonna feed the fish and make them work for it. I think I'm gonna put it like right out this way a little bit, go down about 20 yards, and put it out about a foot out in the water. Make them come up real close to the shallows. Just let that scent just go all over the river. Some just tap the center rod. Now remember that center rod's only out about 25, 30 foot. Well, about 20 yards. It ain't real far out though. Let's get some tappy taps. Of course, that could be a drum, could be a carp. A gar. It could be a carp actually. My personal best carp come on a piece of cut bluegill, so I wouldn't put anything past anything. I know next year when I come out here and they're in here like they were, I'm gonna come out as much as I can if I got to take off work for the week, because I think they was spawning in this area when I come out here and caught that one, because there was thousands of fish breaking the water everywhere, and I couldn't figure out what they were, and I wound up catching one. I wound up catching that 18-pounder on a dang piece of cut bluegill. I'm gonna get me some carp bait ready, and I'm gonna come down here. I'm gonna set up all three of my rods for carp rods, because I didn't get a single bite from a catfish that whole week. We got something pecking at it, so we'll see what happens. Probably a flatty. Well, I think was hitting another one earlier. They got about 12 minutes to figure out what they want to do. And this area does hold a lot of flatties too. But he's definitely got to get more serious than that. Just to load that rod up. I need to reset my camera, y'all. I forgot I even had a camera down here. Like I better check my GoPro. I bet I hit the record button on it. I sure did. Remember to hit it this time, y'all. Just didn't remember to shut it off.
Come on, get serious with it, buddy. We ain't got no time for your little tappy taps. Jeff Elser, how's it going? Not no luck today, at least not yet. I caught about a 2.5, 3 pound sucker. Cut him up. That's what we got on the rods right now. The center rod's getting tapped. Been getting tapped for about a minute or so. But it's just little baby taps like this. There goes. He just ain't getting serious. There he goes. There he goes. Is he gonna take it? That wind caught that as soon as I let tighten it up. Come on. Don't stop blowing so I can tighten up the dang line. Yeah. We had a good takedown earlier on it, and then we just had them hits right there. So they're starting to try to bite. They ain't got much time though, because I'm gonna pack it up here in about, well, they said, let's see where, about 8 minutes. About 8 minutes. I just found out my wife is going to plan on staying out in the country another night. So if she's going to stay out in the country another night, I'm going to try to go home and eat, rest for a couple hours, charge up all my gear that I'm using right now, and I'm going to try to come out tonight. Because I don't think it's switched over to a total day bite yet. But I checked this water. This water's still warm as can be. Water's still warm as can be. So I don't think they switched over totally yet. Come down here to try out a night bite. Plus I got new gear I gotta try out. I'm planning on coming out either October 30th or October 31st for my birthday. Not sure yet. But I'm gonna advertise for it. I'm gonna try to advertise for it about 4 or 5 days in advance. I'd advertise for it a week in advance, but the problem of it is the Kentucky weather, as you know, changes every hour. So I won't be sure of the weather until about 4 days in advance. But it's definitely going to be something nobody's going to want to miss. If I catch fish or not. I'm going overboard with it. I honestly am. My birthday's on Halloween, so I'm going all out. I wanted to come out on Halloween, but my wife and my kids kind of, my kids don't really care if I'm home or not, but my wife kind of wanted me home on Halloween, so I'll probably do it on the 30th. I will have to put a parental advisory on that live, because I'm going to put an intro, and the intro is the new track I'm working on. I'm doing another track and everything, and I'm going to put it on my other channel also, but I'm going to put it on, it's going to be the intro to the video, to the live. And it does have some foul language in the song, so I'll put an age restriction or something on it. Even though the kids nowadays listen 3 times worse. Which they do. But hey, I'll still put an age restriction on it because I'm just that kind of guy. I know it. I know it. That's why I told my wife, I said, I ain't got to put on makeup. Crap, I'm ugly enough. I'll walk out the house and people run and scream. I'm like, Jesus, I'm just going to work, man. Just going to work or I'm just going fishing, one of the two. It's the only time I come, or going to the grocery store. It's only 3 times I come out of the house. I don't go nowhere. I stopped going to the clubs. I'm too old for that. They closed all the nightclubs down here anyway. All we have is bars, and I don't go to bars. I don't like to drink. I used to go for the music and when I used to be at a dance, but if I try to go out there and dance now, I'm going to throw a hip out. So ain't no sense in me wasting my time. I go out of the house to go to work, to go to the store, to go fishing. That's the only time I leave. Or to take my son somewhere if he needs a ride. That's about it. Plus, I live in Louisville, and you know what I'm talking about with that. Half the time, it ain't safe to walk out the dang door anyway. But yeah, I'm going to go all out. I think you're the only one. We got 2 in here now. But yeah, I'm going to go all out for it, man. I done started trying to work to get my StreamYard back. Because I had a paid subscription to StreamYard, and then I let it lapse when I lost my job. I let StreamYard lapse. So now I had a fight with them to take me back to the free version. And I finally got it, from what I can tell. They finally opened it back up to me because I went in last night, logged into it, and it asked me if I wanted to create a broadcast. So I'm guessing it's back. So I'm going to design it and everything else. I'm trying to get somebody to come down here with me to go fishing that night. I might get my nephew. He loves coming down here with me. And he's in a lot better shape than I am. He's like 23, he's like 25 years old. He can carry a lot more gear than I can carry. And I need a lot of stuff carried. It will be my heaviest load thus far. And I need to actually get down here probably, I'm going to say, about 2 hours before dark. Just to get all my gear set up. I need to check my calendar again. I don't remember if, I think Halloween's on a Monday. Halloween's on a Monday. I need to try to do it on Halloween. I need to see if I can't figure out something with my wife. Because the restaurant, you know which restaurant I'm fishing behind. That's alright though. As soon as you get that hand taken care of and everything else, next spring me and you going out, buddy. I don't care if I gotta carry you, we going out and we gonna go fishing. Plain and simple. Hopefully by then I'll have my permit to park down here because I'm gonna go talk to the people that own Mike Lennings. I'm trying to find out who owns it. And I'm gonna have a permit or permission at least to park over there to where I don't have to walk as far. And as you can see, I'll go ahead and show you since we get ready to end the live anyway and ain't nobody in here. The path that we walk down is nothing like it used to be. I'll show you the path now. It's still steep, but as you can see, it don't have major drop-offs no more. It used to be you drop off 2 or 3 foot, then you drop off 2 or 3 foot, then you drop off 2 or 3 foot. Now it's not like that. Now it's just basically like you're walking straight downhill. It's a lot nicer. Whole lot nicer. That's what happens when the water washes the bank away. And I turn my back for a second and that black rod started getting tapped again. I'm wondering if that's a dink out there doing that. Because I got a 12-aught hook on that rod.
How's the storage space full? Yeah, he's back at it. He is back at it. Only got 2 videos on there. And my trash has been empty. And videos ain't that long. Huh. Oh well. I'm about to pack it up anyway. Now if I just remember to hit the No Pro, if I get a fish, I'll be all good. I got a bad habit of not wanting to hit the button on the No Pro to start recording when I get a fish. Earlier, I finally remembered to hit it for the first time, and the last 7 or 8 fish I've caught, I remember to hit it and then I forgot to turn it off, which don't do me no good because it harshes the video. After 10 minutes of record time, the video's harsh and you can't play it back. So I got to stop it before that 10-minute mark. So if I even would have landed a fish of a lifetime, I wouldn't have had it except for on live. All right, somebody's dinging me. What the heck? My wife's sending me pictures of a scanner. Oh, he's loading it, y'all. He's loading it. Oh, he let go. Oh, you slacked it. All right. He's making me mad, y'all. Making me mad. I was about to end the stream, but I'm gonna stay another 5 minutes because I'm gonna see if I can't hook that before. He is making me angry. He is playing with my emotions, man. He is definitely playing with my emotions. Yeah, my wife just sent me a picture of a scanner. Showing me a picture of a car scanner. I don't know if she ran into somebody in her family that was trying to get rid of one or what. I'm betting that's a dink out there. Dang it, the speedboat you had to come to here just now. I'm guaranteeing that's a dink and he can't get that hook in his mouth. He's loaded that rod up like that twice. Matter of fact, since this is a let's give redemption for the man cast rod. All right, I'm gonna give it 10 more minutes, y'all. 10 more minutes and I'm ending this stream. I want to catch one of them boogers to keep on taking and loading them rods up.
I just put the Mad Catch rod out about the same distance. So if they're out there shallow like that, then maybe it'll get a bite. And it's got a lot smaller hook on it. I'm running a 12-aught on the black rod. And on the Mad Catch rod, I got a 8-aught. So I know they can get that 8-aught in their mouth. Of course, it could be Dangar. Thanks to my brother. I still blame him for it, and I will blame him for it forever. I sit up here, I had fished here for a year and a half. I fished here daytime, I fished here nighttime. Never had seen one gar. Well, I did see one gar one time that was dead on the bank. And I saw what I thought was a gar underneath this tree when the tree was underwater. And I was fishing above the tree. Only time I've ever seen a gar up here. Of course, my brother's a die-hard gar fisherman. He loves gar fishing. First time I bring him down here, what happens? This whole area is nothing but gar. I mean, the whole area. You can see them just swim up to the bank. They're breaking the water everywhere. Every time you get a bite, you can tell it was a gar bite. We hooked one and landed it. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I ain't never had gar in this area. You done cursed my area. This was my big cat spot. And I did finally, if you're still in here, Jeff, I did finally try that spot down in West Point I was talking about. It is a nightmare. It's about as hard to get down to as it is here, as far as traveling down the hill. And the water is so shallow and so tore up that all you do is snag. I mean, it's a nightmare. It'd probably be a prime spot for flatheads. I can almost guarantee you that. But other than that, I don't think it's worth fishing. Because we went down there, and I'm serious. You can go 20 yards off the bank, and you can see logs sitting out of the water. And I'm just talking regular sized logs sitting out of the water. So it's only 2 or 3 foot out, 20 yards out, it's only 2 or 3 foot. And most of the bank is like that. I found one deeper spot that I think might have been 6 or 8 foot. Other than that, ain't nothing. I don't think it's that deep here. It's only probably 18, 19 foot here. But you know what? I'd rather have that 18, 19 foot than I would those that 3 foot. I don't know. I've got a castable depth finder that I've been threatening to get out for a year and a half. I need to get it out and charge it and sync it to my phone and go ahead and see how deep it is out here. Bring it out here one day on a rod, just cast it out and see how deep it is and see where that hole is. Because I know over this direction where I catch all my big fish, if I cast out this angle and let it drift down, is where all my big fish action is, in one certain spot. If I hit that spot, every time I hit that spot, I pull in something over 20 pounds. My last 2 40s that come from that exact spot, my 28, my 24, 2 of my 26s that come from that spot. And I'm guaranteeing, because you can see the line as it's going down, it'll be out. You can see the line out about 70 yards from the bank, and it'll be traveling like this, and then all of a sudden it comes up real close. So it's dropping down in a hole somewhere out there. I know basically by looking at it, I can tell you about where the hole's at. But I'd love to have it marked on something to where I know. With all the trees and stuff that are out of the water right here that they've been painting on, I come up here with a can of fluorescent paint and go, as soon as I find it, go directly across from it, right up on the thing, and just put me a little mark. Yeah, right out directly in front of this is where that hole is. Find out how far I got to cast to get into it and everything else. But they said the average The Ohio River, the average depth is 26 to 28 foot is average depth. So if you find a spot in the, 20 range, then you got a decent spot, because during winter they're all going to go to the deepest water they can find. And I know for a fact if I go down maybe 70 yards this way, 80 yards, well, about 100 yards down this way, the water starts dropping off and it's only like 8 foot. If I go up about a half mile up this way, the water drops off and it's only 2 or 3 foot. So this is going to be a deep channel, relatively deep for them. And the fact that I have a warm water discharge on one side and a warm water discharge on the other side, and I'm dead center of it, I think I'm good. So far it's worked. I've caught bigger and better fish out of this spot than well, I can't say than any other spot, but any spot I've been to in the last 10 years, I've caught bigger and better fish and more of them out of this spot than I have anywhere else. So I'm gonna stick with it. We'll pull this in closer. Right up on the bank. I'm gonna give it 5 more minutes and then I'm gonna shut this thing down and pack up and get ready to head home. My pulled pork should be about done by now. I had pulled pork in the crock pot on stay warm, lowest temperature I could get it for the last 20 hours, so it should be about done. Go home, eat. I ain't went to bed yet. I've been up since yesterday afternoon. Go home, lay down for a couple hours. Set me about 10 alarms to get me up about 7, 8 o'clock. Go lay down for a couple hours, take a nap, and then start heading back up here. Actually, it's going to take me an hour and a half when I get home to get everything together, because I want to go ahead and switch out my rods. If I knew nobody was going to come down here snooping, I'd leave my rod holders here. Because those rod holders, even though they're just PVC, things weigh in like 2.5, 3 pounds a piece. But it's real thick PVC, and they're 30 inches long. So that puts a lot more weight in that bag to carry. And it makes it harder to carry all that stuff. Last year I had 2 of the 2 green ones. I had them, they was just regular. I hadn't painted them or put stickers on them yet. They were just regular white rod holders. I had them stuck in the tree roots up here, this tree that's laying down. They sit there for almost 3 months. I come out and use them, and then come back the next time I come back, put them back in the tree, and they stay down here for a couple months. I come down here towards the end of the season, right before the river rose, and took them home. And I cleaned them up and painted them green and put my stickers on them. But yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about coming down here at night, because I got to carry all that gear. I got to add probably an extra 10 pounds, 15 pounds of gear. If I can leave 6 pounds, 7 pounds down here with me where I don't have to carry it, I'll be good. I thought about trying it anyway, because I've got, what, 9 of these rod holders, I think. I've got 9 of them. And I've also got 3 rod holders mounted to that tree right there. It puts me back further than I want to be, but you know what? If I come down here and my rod holders are gone, I got backups. Because I tell you what, it's nice coming down here during the day. Man, I don't have to carry the tripod or nothing else. I've got one of my little metal poles that I use for my lighting system. It weighs in less than a half pound. And a selfie stick, it weighs less than a half pound. That straps to it to hold my phone up. And then I don't have to carry my lighting and nothing else. When I come down here at night, I got to carry my tripod, my ring light, my extra power banks. I got to carry like 3 extra power banks, 2 extra lights. Plus the rods have lights on them, so they weigh an extra half pound a piece because the battery packs and stuff. Yeah, a lot more work, but it's a lot more fun. I prefer to fish at night. Even if it is going to be blistering cold. Here comes the idiots on the 4-wheelers. Another reason why I prefer to fish at night, right there. Now tell me how this works. In Louisville, you're not allowed to drive an ATV on the streets. You're also not allowed to drive an ATV on the flood wall. They killed somebody 2 years ago, hit them with an ATV on the flood wall. Tell me how these people keep on getting up here with their ATVs, and they live about a block over from me, so they have to go down the road about 6 blocks down the street on their ATVs and then cross the flood wall. But the cops never say nothing to them. They stop at the gas station right across the street and fill up the ATVs and then come over here and ride around. So I told my wife, I said, I'm about to buy me an ATV. And the next time before I bring it out, I'm going to catch the cops over in the parking lot with the kids on the ATVs, talking to them, joking around with them, letting them go. And then I'm going to start bringing my ATV down here to come fishing where I got to carry all my gear. First time they say something to me, I'm going to show them the video. Because I was going to get me, on eBay, they sell a gasoline motor that you put on a bicycle. And I was going to build a cart with it and ride it over here. And I was told I couldn't do it because it's a gasoline engine. It can't be on the flood wall. So it's kind of a shady deal there. They let the ATVs on there, but they won't let you ride a little little bicycle. So I was gonna put it on a little mountain bike. They won't let you ride a mountain bike with a motor on it. Makes no sense. Something with the laws need to change. And I think he's done playing with it. All right, well, I appreciate you, whoever's still in here. It says I got 2 people in here. I appreciate y'all being in here. I'm going to go ahead and end this. I went over by about 20 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I was going to run it about 4 hours. Go ahead and end the stream. Go ahead and pack up as fast as I can. Get my butt home, eat, get my gear together, lay down, and try to come back at it tonight. I get to try out all my new gear. I got new rechargeable batteries and everything for my rod, so I'm anxious to see what we're going to do. Are you still in here, James? I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, if you're up and everything else, I might go out tonight, but it'll probably leave late. I probably won't be out here till about 10 o'clock. I'm gonna try to get out here back out here by 9, but that's kind of pushing it. It's 5 now. Yeah, I don't think I'll be here till about 9:30. I'll probably set up a live. If I come back out, I'll probably set up a live on my way before I leave the house. But I will catch y'all on the flip side. And why won't it let me end it? What the heck?